Okay, hi friends. Uh, I haven't streamed in such a long time. Oh, I think my mic is a bit hot. I haven't streamed in such a long time, so all of my accounts are are logged out and such. But every time I have on top some sort of topic, I'm like, well, I can do that later. Well, I can do that later. This one seemed a bit more kind of like pressed in time, so I don't have I don't have too many excuses to not get into it. So yeah, uh, what do I want to do? I want to do well. Let's say so we have this event called SolidHack. This is not the first time this event happens, and the idea behind this event is that uh, Solid team, I guess, gets some sponsors to pay. Oh, they don't have it in here. I think it's like on the homepage. Yeah, so Sentry, where Ryan works right now, and Netlify, where he used to work, they are giving some money, and the idea is to kind of like to boost um, some development of the platform, right? I think the last time it happened around like Solid 1.0, and now it's happening around like Solid Start 1.0. Um, thinking behind thinking behind stuff like that, right, is that you promise like a winner a bunch of money, and a lot of people will submit or at least like do something, right? Maybe then not submit, but at least do something, which will be more which will be more than the prize money that you're doing. The fun part that they were doing this year is that they did a lot of challenges. So they were not part of like the regular like the previous solid hack, but I think they got a lot of kind of like mileage out of it this time. So the plan for this stream is to kind of like go through some of the submissions. I figured I will have like maybe like 3 minutes per submission, otherwise it's just going to go kind of like too long, because there's like a sizable amount of submissions, and I might even do some sort of tier list. I don't know how I'm going to I don't know how I'm going to organize that, but yeah. um so one thing, oh, I'm seeing some highs in the chat, and it's actually from X. So yeah, hi. Hi Twitter people. um where am I from? Actually, I'm originally from Russia. I've been living in US for 10 years, so my accent is there. But yeah, not a lot of people can quickly figure out where it is. So yeah, if you're watching this video in like in recording or something like that, if you're watching it before December 1st, 2024, you can vote. And in terms of votes, I think it's just like your GitHub sign in, and yeah, I don't know if that goes much more deeper than that. I don't know how many votes I have, so that's going to be like a fun thing to figure out. And uh, yeah, yeah, I have an Eastern accent. Yeah, well, that's just life. Okay, so I'm actually more kind of like familiar with this side of things. So I think we will start with the kind of like applications, so that if I'm pressed on time, I can go through the through the libraries quicker. Yeah. Okay. So I still don't know. I still don't know how many like votes I have. Maybe I can vote. Okay, as many entries as you like. Cast your vote project you believe merit based on their quality and utility. Okay. Can I vote for myself? I don't know if that's a thing or not. But okay. So let's actually start. So this category is best solid start app. So the requirement for this one was not only that you use solid, but you also use solid start, right? And that means that means like a particular thing, right? And the second category is just solid or solid start, and it's some sort of like library, right? Um, it's not like end product. Okay, so let's actually just start in the order that they are in, and let's see what it looks like. Some of them have like readmes and such. So I wonder if it's better to kind of like start with readmes. So visualizing school distribution and population density by mapping where people live along the school locations. Interesting. Spatial data and patterns location. I think I saw that one at least like in screenshots or something like that. So yeah, that's interesting. Uh, yeah, I don't know how like given like the 3 minutes, uh, given like the 3 minutes per submission, I don't know how much I can go deep into the things. So yeah, I guess it's like some instructions how to run it locally and how to like fill in the data. Yeah, so in terms of application, uh, did it die? Let me start again. Uh, okay. Okay, I'm not like familiar with what's going on here. Okay, select name from, yeah, tab's not working. Okay, I don't know what DocDB is. In process database system. Um, yeah, is that just like Firebase, whatever? Okay, I'm not seeing the data. I wonder if he got like rate limiter or something like that, and it just like doesn't work anymore. Uh, blocked area hidden. That's from my stuff. Yeah, I'm not seeing any of the data on the map anymore. Do I need to press something? Oh, did it happen? Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess let's just look at it. It's canvas, so it's kind of like hard to figure out how much of it would like matter. Or sorry for the. It's hard to figure out how much would it matter that is written in Solid, if that makes sense. If it's all in the canvas, right? But it's interesting. Split props. This just shows to me that like they were using they were just like probably like porting it from from React. Because when I was porting stuff from React, this is what a lot of the ESLint autofix was doing. When you're like porting stuff from React to Solid, it will use split props a lot, which I had to like remove. So interesting. Class variance authority. This is like it doesn't feel solid, like in terms of kind of like application. I guess like one other thing we can do is just like the uh, you see the bundle size, right? Um, uh, Let me start like a hackmd or something so I can I can like write this down somewhere, what I think, because I feel like I will forget everything in minutes, because there are so many submissions. Yeah, so this one was this one not working. Fails like React port, and yeah, the bundle size, because of that problem, like that database and all that stuff, it's one huge bundle, so it doesn't have source map, so it doesn't show any deeper. Yeah, main thread, a lot of scripts. Yeah, it doesn't feel very solid. That's I don't know if I'm like wrong or right, but it's just what comes to mind. Okay. So in terms of tiers, let's just start at like C tier, right? It just, well, it's an application. Okay, and how did I do it on time? I think it was like 6 minutes or something. Yeah, I should make it a bit quicker. So I think I saw that one as well. I like the idea of like building like a whole real app. Let's run this thing meanwhile. It feels kind of like an application. There are certain links that are not filled in. Free and open source, access now. Yeah, just 3 links. I'm guessing access now and login don't do anything differently. Okay, let me log in off screen because I have too many Google accounts. I don't want to leak them all. Okay, so this is the UI. Oh, your nickname, an existing, create new family, my fam, currency. That's interesting. One big problem is like budgeting stuff is that, especially when I used to live kind of like in 2 countries at the same time, I would have my budget in 2 currencies at the same time, and that was like hard. Okay, so have some sort of, okay, so that's like months. Okay, I don't know why November is. Oh, I guess like it's the current months. Okay, it looks like the UI is like kind of like mobile first. So a lot of the like the navigation and all that stuff, kind of like PWE or whatever, right? Add category. That's funny. Yeah. Okay. So I can create things. Interesting. So that's probably some sort of component. Oh, it goes over DevTools. Maybe not. Okay. So yeah. So I guess that's just a native date picker. Um. Hmm. Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah. There's probably like some time that you can spend on just like making um inputs friendlier, which they did spend some time in it. So yeah, I like that this is an app. it feels like someone is actually going to use it. I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, and like whatever you have for the previous months, that's the carryover. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure how that works, but yeah, pretty good impression. Um, Famcash, so family cache. I'm going to move it in B tier, just because I don't know what else I'm expecting, but um, feels like someone is actually going to use it. And I like uh, I like that it's like mobile first, and all the inputs are like kind of like thought out. Okay, we're not moving very quickly. Yeah, and the performance looks good. Looks solid. Like that's what you would expect, right? No source map, so I don't know which one is which, but I would just like assume that. Yeah, so this is from the router. Um, yeah, it's just like regular solid plus like a small application. So everything looks pretty good for me. Yeah, like images are hard. It's probably like hitting LCP somewhere, but good, good so far. Okay, I need to speed up. uh, Hackchat. Okay, I didn't look into code though. Okay, so Hackchat and Lite chat, you can talk to friends and Solid and how awesome it is. gRPC, solid auth, Prisma. Okay, so this is like a technical demo for a stack. This is how it probably is. Uh, so yeah. Okay, so uh let's quickly try to like log in. I don't know what it requires to log in. You're required to sign in. Yeah, well, let's do Google. Oh, sorry. The um, what is it? GitHub, Microsoft, basically Microsoft. Yeah, it's funny. Share contact, dashboard. Yeah, so this one is much more like technically demo-ish. Yeah, you can't accept your own invites. Hello, Sinanya. I'm really bad with names, so sorry if I'm saying it wrong. Okay, so I'm going to. Yeah, I don't know how it's going to show. Okay, I don't want to like leak my emails and such. So let me move it out screen for now. So I do this. Yes, I want to accept. Okay, so select the contact. Um, okay, and send a message. And I have a message. Yeah, I don't know. As an app, this doesn't look this doesn't look great. Um, it kind of works, so which is better than the previous one. Um, Prisma, most of it is CS, TypeScript, right? Components. Uh, yeah, so this looks like a person wrote it, except except all the TypeScript stuff. I'm guessing maybe it's like a utility that he copies over from like project to project. Not a huge fan of barrel files. Um, yeah. Okay. So API. Yeah, everything like a lot of JavaScript stuff, a lot of like Node TypeScript. Use params. Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks fine, just not um, like application. It's more like a, yeah, best showcase. Okay. Um, so yeah, 100 underscores, 200 kilobytes, right? So like much more JavaScript, and I guess it's not split up optimally, because we're getting like a lot of. There was like a demo, I think, yeah, so like the videos happening, all that stuff. Yeah, so I think like at least like LCP is good or something like that. And so Google likes it. Google gives it 100. But yeah, very very solid. uh, but how I'm going to say it, like in terms of the like solid good, app bad. uh, so I'm going to say, hmm, yeah, maybe I move this to D tier, and uh, oops, yeah, so like this one has like a 5 icon, right? So the other one just had solid. So there's like perf good, app maybe doesn't work. Yeah, so okay, I need to speed it up. I think this one was like 3 minutes. Okay, Microdote. Oops. Elevate your study session. Okay, interesting. Set your study duration. Uh, oh, interesting. I haven't heard about this one. Embrace the gaps. Okay, so it's like a Pomodoro, but without the Pomodoro part. Okay, so that's not good. Accessibility wise, don't do like this color contrast. Um, yeah, maybe like not this one either. Okay, so there's an app. Okay, let me sign in again off screen. I'll probably link my emails, but oh yeah, this is very much Pomodoro. Yeah, this is like the first one that I actually want to try. Work sessions. Yeah, so my task, review submissions. Yeah, so okay, so it's not assigned to a task. It's just you're just working, and the configuration is not too much. Yeah, so this is going to be useful for if I'm hitting my timer on the like the 3 minutes. Oh, what's going on? Okay, I guess it thinks I'm finished, and the rest is over. Okay, this is very confusing. I think it didn't press anything. Okay, so we didn't run the perf test. It looks fine. There is like, of course, like design missing. But there's like a 5 icon and some some like stuff went into it, right? Google Auth is working. Create JD app, yes, of course. Shout out to or JD or JDev, right? Font awesome, Dolly, yeah. So in terms of application, yeah, it looks good. Um, uh, server, that's interesting. User, oh yeah, so that's like all the new stuff. There's like some database. I didn't see. I didn't say where lips. Well, okay. Uh, but it's server. Okay. Yeah, so looks good. Looks very clean. I'm thinking the scores are going to be great. Yeah, the application is, again, it's like I'm not expecting that much JavaScript on the front page, but maybe like the, yeah, maybe bundle splitting is not working somewhere. But I think this is like performance-wise, this is the best application we've seen so far. FCP is a bit bad, but I don't see it here. So yeah, I think this is great. Yeah, so I'm liking this. I think this is a very much in the spirit of this competition. So I'm liking it. It's like smaller than Famcash, so I'm just going to move it here. Feels solid. Some design. Not sure why it's doing all of this stuff. I don't know what it's like. Why is it starting and stopping the timers? Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, so let's pause. Okay, but I can't stop. This is not. Oh, the image is broken. Interesting. I guess that was supposed to be some sort of spinner and it broke. Yeah. Some design missing. And perf. Good perf. Is not completely done, or just like not user not user oriented. I don't really understand how to use it. Interesting that like refreshing it restarted the timer. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Can I turn off sound, I wonder? No. Sorry. Okay, so now we see, yeah, the custom fonts are jumping up and down. Yeah, sorry for the sound. I think I will turn it off just because of the sound. Okay. So collect testimonials your way. Okay. Leave testimonial. Is it good? Okay. I feel like I'm seeing what you're selling. Okay. Sign in, email password, email automatically verified. Yeah, okay. Password with 3 stars. Yeah, UI is too jumpy for me. What do we have in README? Oh, that's wrong. README. This one. Lite. Interesting. Is it not using solid-start? No, it does. Because you have all this stuff. But why? Yeah, so this is okay. Like this part is what messed me up. Like, why is it read? I think it's fine. I'm using Coolify and new self-hosted Superbase. Okay. Yeah, you want to gather some feedback. Okay. Well, yeah, it's interesting that like email stuff. Maybe he like didn't want to pay for email, but he didn't set up the like auth. So the good thing about like those two were that like they were using like like auth that is easy to use, right? So let's see. Okay. Oh, I guess I need to like sign up first. I don't want to remember those passwords. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like the UI is a bit kind of like too many things are happening. Create an organization. Sure. Yeah, that's that's slightly funny. Yeah. Okay, so customers, testimonials, renew. Why would I write my own testimonial? Yeah, so I think like this is fun, right? It overlaps with the input and all that stuff. So like I kind of like I'm kind of like okay with it being jumpy here, but like everything else jumpy. Oh, I must select the project. That's interesting. Why would it let me write it then? And I don't have a customer. I can't create it from here. Yeah. So this is how do I say it? uh, the short version is that this is a fine project. It's just like a bad product. It's just like you would find this thing kind of like being out there and like selling licenses and stuff, and it's going to be kind of like this bad. And it's like, yep, it is this bad. It's just that's how it is. um, so if I just insert that iframe, will that work? I don't think it did. Yeah, I think it's just like not finished. Maybe like the scope was too big, right? So like the problem is hackathons is like you can't do too much. So this feels like it's bigger in the scope than Famcash, right? But they just like couldn't deliver. And like it doesn't have design and all that stuff. It's like that's fine. It's hard to have a design. Yeah, it's built as like a client side app. That's probably what I'm thinking. Um, so why is like everything interesting? So when I click on this, it actually does something, but when I refresh, it goes to the dashboard. Yeah, like there's something that like feels off, and I didn't do a perf test, but I'm not expecting too much. Uh, so yeah, I'm going to with a C tier. I just like not finished. um, um, project not. I guess like app not finished. Design jumpy. Perf. How are we on perf? Perf is actually fine. It just like it doesn't feel like SSR app. Yeah, and it's like it's the biggest one of what we saw so far. I'm guessing it's just like a lot of dependencies, a lot of probably like icons or like whatnot. So it's interesting that like the Google doesn't care. Google gives it 90s, but and like I think it's like technically in the like FCP and LCP and all that stuff. It's a technically one of the fastest that we've seen so far. But like total blocking time, I think there's like some optimizations on the JavaScript side missing, right? And like this thing was jumpy and like the fonts were updated. I'm curious why Google is like giving them such a good scores because like it didn't look good. That's like a funny thing. Perf is good on paper, but doesn't feel like it. Okay, I need to speed this up. How are we? Oh no, there's so many. How do people have time to even like go through all of them? I guess they're just like clicking from the devs link and just hoping for the best. Okay, so this web, calendar and time tracking, I like those. Target hours. Yeah, this is like build an app. Build an app. What do you build? Time tracking. Yeah. Space is missing here. Test proj. Well, yeah, like that it doesn't require like auth and stuff, because it's like, if it's a demo, right? Like, why do I need to spend so much time logging in? Statistics, edit project. Interesting. Active days, tags, do Enter's not doing anything. So some keyboard events are missing. This didn't close. I guess they expect me to write new one, but the focus didn't change. Okay, so this is slightly bigger than I was like expecting, just on the just given the thing. Design is like better. It's not jumpy, at least. I'm not sure, again, like I'm not sure how much solid start we are getting here. It's technically a solid start. It even has the server stuff. Oh, interesting. TRPC. Console log. Yeah, I see a lot of like debug stuff still can like hang in there. It's written in TypeScript. There's like Docker. Yeah, interesting. Demo true false. Yeah, it doesn't look like, oh, interesting biome. It doesn't look like something that like someone is going to actually use, but it's not like bad. It's like competently done. The scores are not great. I'm expecting like a huge bundle. Yep. Bunch of like JavaScript libraries. I think Cabalt. Yeah, I heard about one, and it's yes, 70 kilobytes, which is not exactly like super bad. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know how to say the vibe, but like when Bootstrap was a thing and like everything looked like a Bootstrap, and like this looks like a bunch of like standard component libraries, if that makes sense. So it doesn't feel very good, but it's not bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's not bad. Um, it doesn't feel very like solid. It doesn't feel very like SSR, and that's the nature of this application, right? It like probably doesn't make sense for it to be SSR, but like maybe that's why you shouldn't be doing it. I don't know, right? So like I clicked on something, it showed up in URL, right? But like I refresh and it goes back. So I don't know how they're doing it or like what they're doing wrong, but like it just like doesn't feel good. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. So that's the SeinTrack. Is it worse than uh, pre-U stuff? Yeah, I don't know. Did it need solid start? I guess there's like a TRPC and all of that stuff, right? Which is it's easier if you have a full stack framework, but right, it's just like it's an empty div when I'm opening it. So yeah. Uh, uh, works like SPA. Design is awkward. Yeah, so it's just like it's technically like getting the check mark, but I don't feel it. Okay, so we have this again with the like the SPA kind of like looking things. Tracker, Clark. Let's look at the source code. I think the top of the list is like unfair advantage because I'm going to be too lazy to to go through them. Interesting router. Yeah, it just like here's what I used. I think it's like a good project for your like resume where you're just starting, right? It's like here's what I did and this is how I did it. So I think it's fine to present it like that. But I don't know if I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the like the hackaton nature. Yeah, it's 3 routes. I'm almost like too lazy to even sign in. Doesn't look great in the performance. It's interesting that like most of it is Clerk, right? And that was like my experience with all of this as well, right? And it's like, is it even like, does Clerk even have like a? Yeah, it's probably just like a vanilla Clerk, and you have to make it work in Solid or something like that. Where did no? It's Clerk Solid.js. That's interesting. Yeah. What I was going to say. Yeah, and it's just like that's my experience with like all of those like all libraries. Is just like, oh no, actually I'm not sure I want to. Actually, not sure I want to pull in all of those dependencies. Um. Okay, let's sign in. I don't have like high hopes, but let's just sign in. Yeah, the Clerk stuff got in. Loading issues again. Like, does it mean if I refresh it, everything? No, it's actually like the stuff is, well, does it? Okay, new issue. Oh, interesting. Everyone who tried, everyone who tried is here now. Okay, if I refresh, okay, it's actually, yeah, it just like it works fast. It doesn't do SSR. Yeah. So yeah, yeah, like. uh I like the navigation better. It's like smaller. It's smaller than all the other ones. So I'm going to put it in C tier. SPA, Petperf. I guess I can just say it like not light, right? Because it like doesn't match with what I'm seeing. It's like one of the worst applications we saw so far. And yeah, it's interesting, like Clerk, right? It's like on the one side it's good that they have it because it actually shows you like, well, if you're building the actual application, this is how you would use it. But on the other hand, it's like, well, if you're building fast application, how would you use it? Because like this doesn't look fast, right? Like everything jumping in, and yeah, it's it's not finished. Okay, solid migration. Blah blah blah. Oh, hi Dev. You were complaining that Ryan didn't do a stream to go over SolidHack, so I'm doing it. I'm doing the going over all this stuff. It's going much slower than I was hoping for, but there's a lot of submissions. Yeah, so success, fast, offers, granular activity, blah blah blah. Okay, so what's the app? Tutorial. Oh, interesting. So it's like a solid tutorial. Okay. Well, some of those interactions are not not exactly great. Yeah. Well, it's interesting that it's basically docs masquerading as a website. it's very basics, so I'm not sure if I'm like I'm getting something. Oh yeah, the keyboard navigation is broken. So like this one is just using opacity. So mount cleanup, like I can click those links even though I'm not seeing it. Yeah, so this is this is like a good attempt, not competently made, but it's something. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong links again. Yeah, so it's a tutorial, 11 commits, probably like one route. Oh no, it's actually like each one of them is made as a route. Okay, um, let's run it through the page speeds, and let's chat. Let's see on the chat. You're the substitute teacher. Yeah, it will take a while until I get until I get to the solid stuff. I should like start giving up earlier because I feel like I'm starting to get like a feeling just from the first few seconds if it's going to be like better or worse. So I don't have to go as deeply. So perf is good. Like the app just like doesn't do as much, and it doesn't use any like libraries or any other stuff that we saw, right? It doesn't look like they cared about perf. It just like happened to be good. um yeah. So where is it? So I'm actually going to, yeah, rank it kind of like somewhere here. Perf happened to be good. Small app not optimized. Yeah. Okay, so let's close all of this stuff and let's start the next one. Spotter. Okay, the first initial load is slow. It's just like cold starts. Uh, build your API faster. Oh, the first one with the video. Let's see what's there. Oh, and it broke. This is like the second one that we see broken images. Sort. Oh, because it's not image. It's it should be an embed. They just like inserted it wrong. Okay.
Hey everyone, I'm excited to
Pretty
announce the
quiet.
templates are live now. Starting today, you will have access to fully functional authentication forms, and I've already begun started to work on contact forms. You can preview these templates, and with just a click, you can directly copy them into your projects. All validations I've done. Don't forget to check out the special component parts. I'd also love to hear your thoughts. Feel free to share any feedback in the roadmap section. Your inputs are valuable and will help to shape future updates. Looking forward to hearing from you, and I'll see you in the next update.
Okay, so this is cute. Uh, yeah, it's interesting that it's it's selected twice. Is it like a button inside of a button? Yeah, it's a button inside of a. So it just feels like someone who's just starting. So it's just like as long as you tell them what they're doing wrong, they will probably fix it. You see like the cut out borders and all that stuff. So it's not bad. I'm guessing the idea is that it will like just give you, it's just like chat CN, but oh, why does it go to the new page? Okay. Yeah, this is definitely not finished. Uh, okay, I'm like struggling to understand what it does because that demo looked slightly not at what I was expecting. Why is it called Rust? Like, what is it? yeah, I think it just not finished. FAQ, right? it just uh, it just feels like a project that someone was doing on the side, and this is all the time that they had to work on it. Um, yeah, I don't know I don't know how to say it. It's like it's cute. Let's do it this way. Let's do this one tier. Uh, Actually, yeah, I think like let's move all of this here, and let's say that this one is cute but not finished. And the perf is one of the better ones, and it's perf medium. I have no idea what I'm looking at. it just I just don't understand. I see like some kind of like the components and whatnot, but it just it's just like an enigma. You need to like have that person on your side, like explaining what everything is going on. Lazy loading, interesting. Like, why would you need lazy loading if you have a like application framework? Yeah, this seems like how do I say it? Like they didn't understand the assignment. uh, it's not like bad, but just yeah, I don't know. Better luck next time. Let's say it that way. At least it doesn't look like the React rewrite. Okay, we didn't hear the video. Oh, interesting. I have my screen capture like that it should be doing the video, and I think I tested it. I think it was just that quiet. I think this is literally what happened. Is it's just too quiet, and he didn't say anything that you would have missed. So yeah. Okay. So it's a tier list. You can move stuff around. The perf is not bad. There's like animations that are going off screen, so it's just a question of if you're doing this for the first time, you might do this. New tier. Okay, nothing happened. New template. Login, and login doesn't work. Okay, so it's just not finished again. The idea is cute. Performance is good because it probably like doesn't use anything. And do we have any sort of readme for this? I hope I'm going to kind of like speed up a bit. Okay, so just create JD app readme. Red production deploys. Yeah. Okay. Interesting that class variant authority again, Cabalti again. Okay. I'm going to say small, not finished. Good perf. So that puts it. Actually, I think. Yeah, somewhere here. I don't know. Again, I'm trying to get a bit of a speed. So we did like half of it, I guess, in the 30 minutes. So we're getting there. Okay. So let's open this. And I'm not seeing. I'm like those names are not familiar. So Vocabularium. Okay. No explanation what it does. Or I guess this. Oh, okay. Well, there is an explanation what it does. That's already good. Is an intelligent language learning application. Helps you beat, maintain your vocabulary. So I guess like Anki. Create and manage vocabulary. AI powered. Um, adapter. Blah blah blah. Well, it's like it's a good idea. Oh, interesting. So it's like it's a link. I was just like thinking it's some sort of yeah interesting. Okay. So in terms of source, a lot of this. I don't know what's going on. A lot of configuration. Um, Argon 2. Oh, interesting. So they care. Um, Scheduler. Interesting. Self-hosted Docker. Bon runtime. Okay, I'm liking this. Too many Docker for my taste. But I think it's fine. Routes, FAQ. Interesting. Why do you need the login error in your FAQ? Feels like that should be like in your provider or something. Feels a bit off. Yeah. Okay. Let's register, I guess. Okay. Card studied. Okay, create. Red. Create. Oh. Yeah, and this is like much more work than I'm willing to put into this. uh, yeah. Yeah, just like as an application, I just like don't care about this. But I think it's like competently made. So just in terms of speed, I'm just going to say that I didn't run the like the fav icon is missing all that stuff, right? So like it's not finished. Um but I don't care about use case, but competently done. That's probably what I'm thinking. Um, and there's a redirect. Yeah, so I think there's like something missing in the perf. There's like slightly more kilobytes than I would expect, but like gzip is missing, right? It's just like just the question of deploying it to self-hosted Docker instead of like Vercel actually like bites you here, right? Because like um now you're like not getting gzip and all that stuff. So and redirects and all that stuff. So um perf is fine. Actually, it's yeah, I would say mid. Um okay, let's go. Duck chess. Okay. What does that mean? Okay. It's jumping again. They're like, why are all of those solid start apps are not using SSR? This is like so confusing. Playing against computer, okay? Sure. Big game. What's the duck part? Oh, what does that do? I can't go there because of the dock, or like what's going on? Interesting. So I go here, and I go here with the dock. Okay, this is, I guess it's like blocking things. So this. Okay, let's just like let's try to finish this as quick as possible. Yeah. Oh, I thought I was on the white. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Did we run the perf on it? No, not yet. Okay. Okay, it took it. Can you mate with a dog? Like, how does that work? Yeah, I never heard of dog chess, so. Yeah, it took my king, so. Okay. Um, this is funny. Okay, spin index is bad, but everything else is fine. The sizes look good. I'm presuming there is some sort of like a multiplayer and all that stuff. Custom fonts, but like I didn't see it being bad. I can't, like, why is it not? Is it SSR? It actually is. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I think this is like one of the first apps that is actually SSR. So, it's like it's not finished. There are like some things that are funky about it. I think it's probably here. It's actually pretty good. Some bugs, good perf, has SSR. This turned out to be a very important thing because like not many people do it. So let's do this. Okay, everything is jumping again. It has all this standard solid start styles. Okay, missing some chat. Oh no, our submission is broken if you follow the installation instructions. Who are you, by the way? Which submission is that? Yeah, so local first editor. It's funny that like all the styles are the, I guess it's like a multiplayer one. Like why do you have this UI? Uh, do you not see YouTube chat? Oh, actually, I do. I was just not looking into it. uh, Twitch is showing you 1440p. I have no idea how that works on Twitch. I think you have to be like a partner or something like that to get on Twitch like multiple resolutions. So I never looked into that. Uh, yeah, yeah. So thank you for the thank you for the Twitch chat to remind me to look into my YouTube chat. Okay, so this is like very small scope. Um, it's not working, and I don't get the how do you say it, the local first part of it. Yeah, it doesn't save the formatting. I can't share copy current URL to clipboard. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just like not. Okay. Yeah, so I see the multiplayer thing. I don't know how they're doing it. Are they using the whatever solid socket thing? Yeah, interesting that like the bold stuff actually survives the socket, but like doesn't survive saving. Yeah, so um editor is um hmm, I guess it were well, it kind of like doesn't work. So doesn't work as multiplayer. Not even sure if I care about it performance. It seems like it's small enough, so it like it doesn't matter. Yeah, but I think I'm putting here stuff that has like a 5 icon. That's probably like how I'm thinking about it. Okay, okay, we're actually close. This is. I think it will take slightly more than an hour and a half. Oh, I guess I didn't look into. I didn't look into like what they're using to do the like the real time stuff. Uh, Quill cursor. Is that just a dependency? Collaborate fader. Yeah. So, and I guess if it doesn't have dependencies on like something like yeah, if it's just plain JavaScript. Yeah. So the only part that is like interesting about your app is just a dependency. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure. It just has no. Like even the perf is not great. Okay. Um, maybe even if it, yeah, maybe we even put it here. Okay, so featherdoc. Okay, so that's login screens again. I'm probably too late into the list where I don't care if you have a login screen. I'm probably not going to click on it. It's interesting, like it looks like a Vue project. I don't know what's going on, but like it looks like a Vue project. Or like that kind of like on JS crowd. Platform ask solve problems. You can take personal notes, local first notebook again. Links, drawing scratchpad. Okay. Pocket base, Cabalte, Uno CSS, Volleybot. Okay. So the tag is actually like fine. Um, let's do the page speeds just for fun. Um, yeah, it's all and it's like SPA again. Yeah, so I don't know. Like for some reason I don't like that everything is like so much SPA. Can people spend some time and make it good? Yeah, this is probably SPA and all that stuff. So yeah, there was like a I think there was like a one app that was doing kind of like um kind of like solid start like checkboxes like do this, do this, do that. Like I don't think they're hitting a lot of the like the checkboxes. Perf is actually fine for the login screen. It's 2 MB of JavaScript. What is WASM? What is going on? Wow, this is like the best argument for WASM if I ever seen one. You can send 2 MB of JavaScript and still get a 100, right? Wow. Okay. Uh, so this is going into C tier. I don't care to log in at this point. So um, surprisingly great perf with 2 megs of JS. It just how do I say it? why would you use solid start, right? Like that's the part that I understand. Like what does solid start give you here that you wouldn't have got any other place, right? Like if it's all client side application anyway. I'm not saying that like solid start is bad for this. I'm just saying that maybe that's not the best maybe not the best use case. I was surprised that you can post submissions in both, because griffing is also like showing up here, right? But apparently you can. Some intro, that's good, because that was a huge problem with a lot of those submissions. Create yeah. Well that's the same. Yeah, that's the same app. So like he shares his like library and the app that is using that library. Yeah. Thank you for the intro. I generated it. But at least you can show it as a pop-up. Yeah, I think that's fine. Does it know not to show it again? Yeah, but it's still client-side application. I'm like so confused. Okay. Anyway, would you like to div, start, and then code next? It shows you the animation, and you can generate. Oh, it's interesting. It's client-side generated. Again, I'm like having issues with like, does it have to be solid start? There is a favicon, right? So like this is going, this is, oops, what's going on? It feels slow. Feels like um yeah. I think it goes over chess stuff for sure. Works. Um Not SSR. That's the part that like kills me. It has a login button. Okay. Guess that will allow me to save something. This is not the best UI for this. Okay. Test. Save. Okay. Now I can go presumably to my snippets somewhere. Again, pretty slow. And again, it's like client side. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I think docs go higher because it has SSR. Yeah, the perf is pretty bad. I think it just like has too many dependencies. Emacs Lisp? What? 9 megabytes? What? What is he doing? Oh, I'm missing some chat again. Solid start is used for any solid app regardless of SR. Yeah, I know, but it just, in my mind, it doesn't make sense. No use case for solid start doesn't serve. Yes, well, yeah, of course, right? Like everything can do everything, but it's just like, wouldn't it be easier to just have it is like SSR false then? Like, why are we trying to pretend? Yeah, this is surprising. This is the worst application so far. Um, because of Emacs Lisp, like, what does it mean? What, why does it need Wasm? Or like, why isn't Wasm at least like conditional? Like, right, I'm loading the, I'm not like signed in or anything like that, right? Like, I'm loading the marketing page. Why can't the marketing page be 10 kilobytes? And then you click on the like the app link, and then you download Wasm. Like, why is it that like hard of a pattern to do? Yeah, I don't know. Let's not dwell on that too much. Okay, mind app. Everything is client side again. Server client. What is going on here? Oh, there. I guess there's like a backend server. Is it like a Twitter? What's going on? Running locally. Sure. So what's the server is built from? Express. Is it real Express? Am I baited into clicking on the Express? Okay, well, I guess there's like a login button, which doesn't work. Yeah, this one has a file icon, which is a pretty important thing to figure out. Hmm. I wonder if this app was like ported from something. Yeah, because like first commit is like 130 files, right? Yeah, I wonder if that like just disqualifies it. It looks like mindapp. I'm just going to look at the repos and see if there's like just another mindapp there. Okay, there are like two of them. There's old mindapp. Yeah, 6 months ago. Yeah, so I'm just going to disqualify that. I don't know if that's true or not, but like I'm not going to look into that anymore. Okay. Okay. So extend tools, boost productivity. Okay. Invalid package name. It's gone. Okay. Lift HTML/solid. Tiny library, blah blah blah, dependencies, downloads, SVG server. It's pretty slow server. Okay. Yeah, the chart is client side. At least like this part is client only. Yeah. Well. I don't know. Doesn't have pub icon. uh, Also annoying that it doesn't have the autocomplete. Like it doesn't remember my thing. I guess it's like a card. Uh, it's like a card that you can share somewhere. Uh, yeah. So there's like some technical kind of like stuff that went into like drawing all those things. So, I kind of like it. Okay, so ports are allowed, so it's possible. Yeah, no, but like, did he port the server? Right, like the server. It seems like he just like copy pasted the server that he already had on Express. So like all the code for thing has to be written during the hackathon, and it looked clearly as it wasn't. So uh, okay, where is routes here? Static, interesting. I don't like this pattern where you cast it to a string for no reason. Okay. Kind of like what's going on here. Guard. Is guard. Yeah, session stuff. Yeah, I don't like this. This feels like. Yeah. I don't know. Doesn't feel very good. Okay. What do we have? Downloads name. Yeah, I'm curious what they're using for the like charts and stuff. E-test, Halloween. Okay, drizzle. A lot of drizzle. A lot of dependencies. Did I run this one in? Yeah. The perf is actually pretty good. Okay. Or at least they did the thing where, like on the marketing page, at least you just do the marketing stuff. You don't do too much. Don't send like a 11 megabytes of WASM, right? Okay, so I think this is going to be highly. Also, yeah. Okay. Anyway, so this is going to be um probably here. Has SSR great perf. Uh, kind of understandable use case because a lot of the submissions are I just don't know what they're doing. No file icon though. Okay, pipeline UI 2 months ago. Well, yeah, I'm just closing it. Okay. Create magic. I think I saw that one. Okay. Are we back to the good ones that we can actually look at? Replate food recipe, blah blah blah. Let's run the perf test in the meanwhile. Uh, uh, okay. It looks as its art. There's like a button inside of a tag again. Yeah, the keyboard navigation is all over the place, so not great. View code. Yeah, I guess that's for everything. API. Is it another Express thing? Next? What? What? Why do we have it next? Yeah, just in terms of rules, like in the rules, like if you use any backend, like the backend needs to be open source, but I guess maybe like it doesn't have to be written. So yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like. Didn't the hackathon start the first? What's that mean? October 1st or November 1st? What are we talking about? Okay, October 1st. So you're saying that like uh, GitHub UI might be showing it as like older than what I'm thinking? Yes, this one is October 1st. Oh, I see. So it's like it. Maybe it was just on the. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Well, you might be right. I just saw like 300 commits, and it's like the start date is like 2 months ago. I was like, well, that's probably not real. Maybe it is real. Let's see. Yeah, thanks for the comment. Well, if half of those commits are going to be fixed CI, people, you should just learn how to push force. No one wants to see 300 commits of fixed CI. Okay, first commit. README, integrate vanilla. Okay. Okay. I think you saved. I think you saved pipeline UI. Okay. Anyway, so let's finish the food stuff first. So the perf is good. 300 kilobytes, more than usual. It's interesting that like the inline scripts are a lot. So I don't know what what it means there. It doesn't look like they did anything to do perf, so it just like it happened to be good. It's not great, right? It's like it's still getting yellows, but it's good. Um, so where's the where's the oh, I didn't write it yet. Yeah, so let's see if I understand the like the use case. I don't know, chicken. Oh, what's going on? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, it's broken. Yeah, the search is broken. Okay. So I think. Okay, so the chicken stuff goes probably here, right? It's kind of like dog chess. It's like technically it works. Accidentally good perf. I mean accidentally because it's like it doesn't look like they looked at the perf because they would have fixed all of this stuff. But because of the solid, they just like got lucky. Search broken. And kind of understand use case. Small app. Yeah, so app doesn't do too much, but from what it does, it kind of does it. And not, yeah, I don't know if I like all the like the keyboard navigation stuff. Oh, it's not. Oh, I was thinking that this thing is clickable. So maybe that's actually fine. Yeah, it's just a really small app. What's going on? Yeah, the keyboard navigation is not great. Let's say broken. Not even like how do I say it? Like when you put in a button inside of a tag, that's just like semantic, right? Okay. Uh, uh okay. So let's see at the thing that I initially disqualified. Okay, it has about, which is again great thing to have for hackathon. If you're trying to judge on like 40 positions, right? Visual editor creating GitHub actions. Oh, interesting. Okay. Um, okay. I'm liking what you're selling. Okay, the timeline is telling us that it wasn't actually like. Okay, sorry again for the for the author of this thing. Okay, solid start server functions, mutations, mdx. Okay, Cabalte. When you like start, oh, interesting. You had to fix when you like start. Yeah, just use something better. Yeah, YAML stuff is interesting. Okay, so let's see how the marketing page does. Diagrams. Okay, this actually, like, the scope of this thing seems to be pretty sizable. Interesting that this is a full page navigation. Is it full page navigation? Okay, let's try again. So about, no, it's not. It just like looks like one. Okay. Build is solid. Okay. Yeah. So search for existing GitHub repos. Okay. Jalarkey. Leave HTML. Okay. Do you click on it? Like, what's going on next? Okay. I'm so confused. uh. Okay. So let's try this thing. It surely should have something. Okay. There's deploy YAML. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Where have I seen something like more complicated? Probably like on GitHub. I did like a few contributions to like some random projects recently, and they had like such a like complicated setups. Yeah, something like this. No, actually this one is pretty simple. Okay, no favicon though, which is not a good sign. Okay, a bunch of different. Okay, check links, 5 steps. Yeah, sometimes back button looks good, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, they're not like too dependent. So yeah. Okay. What else did I contribute to? Uh yeah, I'm trying to find like something that is like more complicated. Uh this one. And when I say contributed, I just created the PR and they didn't merge it, so yeah, this one definitely has like the higher chances of just being good, but I'm not entirely seeing it. Okay. Okay. So build and notify. Yeah. Oops. Okay. So name runs on. Yeah, it's crashing again. Needs. Okay. Can I add a step? Not immediately obvious how. Okay, interesting. So it's like a visual editor for your JSON. It could have been like a good VS Code plugin, maybe, or flow triggers. Yeah, it's like helpful to like for the stuff that is like standard, right? It's like, what is the type of this thing, right? And it's actually like as a playground. Yeah, can I start it without a project? Yeah, I think it would be cool to just start it without a project like click through some of the like the default options and just like copy paste it in your thing. It's like funny that if you can only edit like existing projects. Okay, well, this is actually pretty cool. Okay, YAML editor. Okay, why did it need it to be what? I think the idea is maybe like move stuff out of the application into like a separate package. That's why he has it, even though it doesn't do anything. Okay, interesting. So the app is in packages. Okay. Yeah, this is how your homepage should look like. Okay. Okay. I don't want to spend too much time. I think it's good. How would I rate it though? It's probably worse than. It did spend a lot of time. Uh, the perf is not great. Interesting. It's not huge, but just probably like the server is just slow or something like that. I wonder if it's just a bad run. Let's run again. Okay, so I think I'm going to put it below .chess. So it works. Works. Some kind of like some like user experience, just like not entirely like great things. Keyboard navigation works. There's no kind of like search here. Um, I don't remember what my blog name is. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, some of the like UI stuff is not. It doesn't feel lived. It doesn't feel like the Famcash stuff. It's like it doesn't feel like people will people actually using it kind of like every day. Yeah, but there is something that like it could be great. Just make sure it doesn't like crash. Yeah, it feels like someone is building something they're going to use. I'm not sure if they're using it yet. That's the vibe I'm getting. Um, right, but there's no file icon yet. It's like it's not like a real thing yet, and the perf is bad. It's like one of the worst ones. But yeah, I think I'm I'm doing my tier list based on like how usable those things are, because I don't have like time to kind of like to look into the code or something like that like too much. Um, maybe my yeah. Okay, so I saw that one. Um, so how is my skill? I don't like the quiz format in the like it being scrollable thing. It just feels weird. Oh, and it's also not keyboard navigatable, I guess. Okay, but I can scroll up to. Okay. Um. Okay. So what is the signal do? Okay. Doesn't like read as like a full sentence. You were using next button. Okay, so you can use next button and previous button. Okay. which you can't select that button, can you? Okay, you can. Because I think I was just clicking and like didn't see anything, but okay. And can I select an option now? No. Yeah, so it's like not keyboard navigatable. Yeah, yeah. Design is not very human. What happens when you access signal within? Effect runs every. Okay. How do resources help manage asynchronous operations in Solid? Um, I guess first one. I don't know. Like they don't read like very well. What is the purpose of on function within an effect? Is it like to limit create nested effect, to manually specify dependencies, to define? Yeah, I think this. Why is it important reactivity is synchronous by default? I guess this. What is the purpose of create effect? To define function that will be executed only once. To create side effect that will be rendered. I guess this. What is a subscriber in the context of solid activity? I guess this. I'm not. This is not how I would have worded it, so like it feels a bit off. I don't know if they're like using AI or something. There was like some talk about AI, but like I don't know if AI is just like scoring them or like whatever. How do you update the value of the signal? By setting by directly blah blah blah. Sure. What is the key difference between memo and effect? Memos synchronous, effect asynchronous. Memos used UI. Memos, I guess this. What is the role of batch function? Guess this. Okay, submit. Actually submitting to server. Okay. Wow, you're a reactivity wizard. Does it show what I did wrong? Okay, cool. Try again the same, go back to this. It's funny that like the interactions is slow. I wonder if that shows up as like INP scores. So when I click on stuff and then I click like next, no, it's actually like all good. Can't submit until I probably like finish everything. Yeah, so I clicked and like nothing happens, but it doesn't count as an INP. That's interesting. Like it's a bad experience, but it doesn't go into INP. Okay. Okay, leaderboard. What are we leaderboarding about? Like everyone is anonymous. You need to log in. Okay. Okay. How do we do login? It's a Google. Oh, and I linked my email as I was saying. Oops. Okay. Are you curious about skills? Yeah. So, not bad. Okay. Okay. So Firebase, interesting. That explains why everything is so slow. But other than Firebase, yeah. So this one is like one of the most kind of like finished ones. Again, like a smaller scope, but it does what it set out to do. Yeah. So, just so we're clear, I'm upset a lot about like all the like pseudo SSR. Yeah, it's a pseudo SSR app. Okay, I don't like it. Firebase makes it. Yeah, I don't know. I never seen a good Firebase app. That's just kind of like boils down to this. Why would you need a response that is a response of response? Are you like comparing them? Yeah, I don't know. I don't like. What question did I get wrong? I don't know. We can go back to recording and look at it, I guess. Okay, so it took me 2 hours to go through the top ones. I guess we have less utilities, so we still have a chance. Okay, so solidify. I would put it in the tier of stuff that actually works. It has a lot of the same issues with like SSR not working and all that stuff. It has like a smaller scope and it does it well. I would probably do it under the Griffin stuff. So works. No SSR. Did I do perf test on it? No, I didn't. I'm guessing it's good because like it doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't like the no SSR part. And the keyboard navigation worked. So it was like the UI wasn't nice. Not much design, but it works, right? In a small scope. Okay. Okay, looking good. So now we have this one. And the perf, yeah, the perf is good. Yeah. It's probably just, yeah. Most of the bundle is just like Firebase. Okay. But because there's not much more than that, it's actually perf good. Okay, I'm missing some questions. So many memos. Yeah. It doesn't look great. Well, yeah. So it looks like a thing that like someone who's learning Solid would write, but like so it like they are not kind of like competent in Solid, but like they managed to do it. So okay, so welcome to Swift prompts. Explicit AI prompts. Oh, this is just like my thing. Where's the link to it? Prompts with friends app. Okay, so we have some sort of editor. We have some organization. We have some building blocks. I like it. Yeah, just like templates. That's what I have in prompts with friends. Okay, sections, modifiers and fields. That's I guess like more templates. Okay, and you can probably like share them. So okay, let's run the perf thing. Okay. Okay. So is there a login? No. Okay. So can I run the prompts? What's going on? Okay, I don't understand what's going on. Okay, groups. And groups are empty. Templates. Okay, modifiers. Okay, I don't understand anything that's happening here. What is going on? Okay, add an element. Add a group. Okay, do I select between them? Okay, I can select between them. Now okay, the UI is very not human. Yeah, I will probably not have enough time to just go through it and enough to figure out what's going on. The bundle size is not great. I'm guessing we're pulling in some sort of like dependencies. Um, okay. Okay. Let's look at the Uno config. So the like probably our view fans. Okay, routes. Yeah, it's one route. Again, it's like, why do you need SolidStart? Like, what do you get from SolidStart if you're not using SSR, if you're not using anything? yeah, so it goes to the like the probably like somewhere here. It's like it's there. It does something. I just don't know what it does. um so bad perf, um don't know what it does, but maybe it works. One route. Yeah. Okay. I think that's fair. Interesting that like nothing wowed me enough to be put in an A tier. So everything is everything is a B tier. But yeah, I think I will just start everything in a B tier as my kind of like vote. And yeah, let's do this. So Famcash, yes. Then DocChess, then pipeline stuff, which I almost disqualified. Thank you, chat. um, and replayed. Yeah, it's a question of like, yeah, it's a question of like by voting here, I kind of like say that this and this is the same. So maybe I should make a like a cutoff inside a B tier anyway, and don't mark too many things. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so we were at the plate stuff. So now Griffin. Where is our Chris? Uh, solidify. Yeah. When I saw solidify, I was like, I'm guessing that's the level of competition, and it was much worse. Yeah, a Microdote. Let me remind myself what it does. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm not going to vote for this ones. So let's just like move them to C tier, just so it's like it's easier to understand what's going on. And okay, so it was 2 hours to go through all of this stuff. I guess if I have an hour to go through all of this, it just should be fine. Okay, so should I do them backwards order so that I'm going to this socket first? Not, yeah, it's in the middle, so it's not going to help much. Okay, so that was apps. Yeah, I think I'm just upset that they are they're not app enough sooner. Yeah, let's do backwards. I think I'm wondering what's the order, right? Because is it just the time that they is it like alphabetical order? D F. Oh, it is alphabet, but it's like this a lowercase and uppercase because this is S lowercase and this is S uppercase. This is the stupidest thing ever. I okay. 5K price and 1.5 months. Yeah, I think like Svelte has like way bigger time frame to do their apps. Uh, I don't know the price money, but better apps. Well, the funny part about the apps is that like kind of like only half of them like qualifies as an app. Like half of them is just like a demo or like whatever. So, I don't know. Okay. Um. Okay. Let's actually do it the backwards order. I kind of like since I said it. Let's go. Uh. Okay. So I'm curious if if there are people who are here twice. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, maybe that's another signal that people don't have enough time. Okay, anyway, Somoto, uh, render a toast, GitHub documentation. Okay, default description. What's the okay? Okay, I'm liking this. I think I saw this from somewhere else, but I don't know. This looks great to me. I don't know if I'm going to do the perf tests. Let's do a couple just to see if that does anything. Because it's a library, it's maybe better to do bundle.js. 0.2. Okay, interesting. Only took them 2 versions to deploy. I think mine is 0.1. So I just pushed it once in the last day. Okay. So did it do it? What's going on here? Yeah, the perf is good. Yeah. Okay. I like it. The presentation is good. The API is, I don't know, kind of like what you would expect. The demo is good. So I'm going to start with a B tier right away. So it was somo demo is good. Yeah, the bundle size, I don't know. Let's try again. Yeah, 15 kilobytes. That includes solid, which is I think if you import the whole solid. Oh, that's the wrong solid. Yeah, it's like 9. Yeah. So bundle size is good. Bundle good. Let's say let's actually say great. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, so this is a very very good start. I'm liking this. So static site generator, interesting. So it's like an app. Oh, I didn't look at the code though. Sorry. So I'm guessing it's packages. A lot of kind of stuff happening. Somoto. Port of Sonar. Okay, interesting. So it's probably just a wrapper. Oh no, it isn't. It is a React component. Okay. Well, that would explain why it's probably looks so good. Let's open the demo page of this one. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad that I looked at the code ported from React. It's like a what's the word? Competently done, just like port of React component, and I think it looks good. Okay, so it's a solid base. I don't know how much I should judge the marketing website. Oh, actually, marketing website looks good. There's some image optimizations missing, so it falls into my accidentally great performance. Bundle size is not 0, so there's something going on here that I don't understand. Yes, this like the key, the cursor is not correct one. I can keyboard navigate, so that's good. Yeah, the keyboard navigation is it's not part of the library, but just the marketing website is not the best. Okay. Uh, Getting started. View press. Well, of course, view press. What's going on here? Okay, I don't care about that. Okay, so against reason will provide support for you. Sport. Yeah, some typos. Uh, it has like a good docs, right? Um, Refresh and load. What do you need? Aligning the theme. Okay, so it's like it overtakes some of the like the main stuff. Okay, that makes sense. You can wrap solid base router. Okay, interesting. Yeah, how much of the routing it overtakes? I wonder. Okay, deploy. Same as regular. Okay, markdown. Yeah, I guess like the question is like, what do you get from this compared to? Yeah, so it's SSR with markdown support. Uh, yeah, customization, performance. Okay, well, what's the customization? Customizing, I guess, just like CSS for markdown. My problem is like I don't understand the scope. Like how much does it do? I wonder what they're using for this website though. uh, Cobalt. Okay, it's from the Cobalt guys, I'm guessing. Um, did they do it on time? Yes, they were waiting. They were waiting to start. Okay, interesting. Okay, so we have a couple of components, and there's a default theme. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so the scope is not that small. There's 100 commits, and not all of them are fixed CI. This is like a sizable project. Okay. A bunch of features unfinished right now, like Starlight. Yeah, I have my issues with Starlight. I'm not using Starlight for my stuff. So interesting. So I'm going to put it at the top. So great docs. Again, they're like maybe not great, good docs. Um, Sizable scope. There is a question of like how competently everything is done. If it's from Cobalt guys, I'm guessing it's pretty good enough. uh, and they're not like porting anything, right? They're just like writing their markdown thing. MDX plus. This is how I'm going to write it down. Okay. Let's press on the gas a bit. Okay, so stack blitz to feature with plugin solid type router. Interesting. It's from GitHub, so like I guess it's not pushed to npm yet. Okay, so I'm guessing there is a config. Yeah, so if router not equals server functions. Okay, this is like some Vinci stuff. I haven't played with Vinci yet, so I don't know what's going on there. So solid type router plugin that gets a route, which is as a path. Okay, well, that makes sense if it's file-based router, right? So do you need to tell something about your router so that file-based router understands what's going on? Upgrade required. What does it mean, upgrade required? Okay, so the demo didn't work. Yeah, that's a good start. Search params. Okay, use type params. Okay, so here, yeah, so here the idea is that it knows the routing, and the routing is a gen file. Okay, so it's a code gen file auto-generated. Do not edit directly, it will be overwritten. Okay. Reader ignore start, Node.js check, like, and so on and so on. So Node.js check gives me the vibe that this is lived in. Someone is actually using this. Okay, and it gives you a bunch of helpers. And do you import them from that gen file? Okay, you do. Okay, I was wondering if there's some yeah, there is no package because SolidStart used to do that. They would generate a file, but you would import it from SolidStart module. This is cleaner, I guess. No extra stuff, and yeah, yeah, it's cool. It doesn't work the same way as 10-stack router, TypeSafe router works, which is interesting, in terms of what their motivation is, what they were looking for, what they were looking at when they creating it. Okay, this one tells that it's on npm, so I'm not sure why that one was on. Okay, anyway, so options, root, all of that stuff, that's all fine. Yeah, I recommend users to add to their git ignore, sure, which is maybe trickier build. Okay, missing some chats. Read plugin to generate type def. Nothing works. Nothing works as a down-stack router does. It's on. Okay, yes, it is. I think the problem is that you have to write some boilerplate, which is similar to query key in a sense, in query in React router, in React query, and maybe some people don't like to do that. Yeah, yes, that's true. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm liking the library so far. The apps were there were more apps, and they were kind of not as strong. Okay, so I and yeah, so for me it's also I think that looks like it's going to have a future. So I didn't like the docs. A demo wasn't working. But good scope, and maybe I should look at the code a bit. There's something that could be here. Yeah, they're pushing dist so that they can use it to the stack blitz. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything bad. I think it's really really good. But good scope and implementation. Okay, so let's do this. No dogs again. Okay, so solid start route manifest, type safe route based on file routing, router agnostic. Interesting. So it will work with any solid start router. Okay, there's something there. Yeah, so it's another V plugin. It's capital letters for some reason. uh, layouts will be ignored. Okay, so where's the type safety? Oh, it will give you like a string. Oh, so it's like a string builder. Oh, that's interesting. Not very great in terms of like the first, the second, right? Because it's like a bit more agnostic. It can't do. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. So this has like a potential, but I think it's just like smaller in scope. It was just like easier to implement this than implement the other one. But it's like it doesn't it's like its dependency is on the solid start, so it's easier to add that kind of like later on compared to that one, I feel like, but I could be wrong. Again, like I don't have enough time to go into each one, so this is very like surface level, and also I'm losing my voice. Okay, click about post id. Yeah, but like the query part, like this thing is not type safe, so it's only query builder, but like it doesn't help you to consume it. Yeah, so yeah, this is like slightly weaker. I don't want to, if I want to put it in C tier, but um nodox, smaller scope, um demo kind of worked. I think I was like clicking and like something wasn't working. And it's not too, it's not pushed to npm as well. What's going on? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Which one? Oh, this one. Yeah, it's tricky. It only helps you with kind of like half of the stuff, but like it's easier to add. No, it actually works. Yeah, demo is not great, but demo is fine. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's pick up some speed. Solid-start-sitemap. I think I saw that one. It's like the name of it, but I didn't look at it. So I'm guessing it's a like a Vite plugin again. A capital letter again. I don't know if that's like conventional or something, but never seen this. From my experience, this is not the like this style of config might not be enough. You hard code the stuff. Interesting. Yes. How does it know that it's products? If I have product ID in multiple routes, what's going to happen? So let's say I copy this. I can take copy. Yeah, okay. Let's look at the source code, but it doesn't look too much promising. Get routes. I think if it was like a port of like existing solution, I think it would be a bit more thought out. I think this person just tried to write this thing from the first try, and I don't think it works like that. So what was the thing that confused me? Replace, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah. I'm going to say C tier just because it just like not lived in. uh, Good idea. Mid implementation. I don't think it is going to work. You missed solid base review. So because of there are so much submissions, I'm actually going like pretty fast, pretty like surface level. So I wish I had like time to to play with all this stuff, and yeah, maybe like I will do once like we have winners or something like that. Maybe I will look at this stuff more closely, but so far it's very surface level. Oh, we're at the socket. Okay. Um, Finally. Finally, Dev was like waiting here for 2 hours just just to see if I'm going to play with his thing. I'm going to put it into the speed test. Oh yeah, I did the speed test for solidbase. It was very good. They're missing some like image optimizations, but that's probably like on their roadmap somewhere. The version on the npm doesn't work. Well, that happens sometimes. Oh, I have some spam. How do I? Yeah, let's try this. Okay, well that's a good sign. Yeah, so the app is not much potentially unused yet. Oh, that's interesting. I rarely get that. Okay, so welcome to Solid Socket, the easiest, most powerful way to build real time. The line height is too small. The selection overlaps. Okay, the keyboard navigation is just plain broken, so I can't select this one. It's not clear that I selected this one, and like there's no keyboard navigation this one. Well, I mean, it's like selected, I think. Yeah, but I don't know if it does anything. Okay. Why is the font so small? Okay. Real-time multiplayer to-do app. Login as a username to access to-do. Yeah, so demo is so far the demo is like thought out. Because like a bunch of the app ones were like requiring login and such. Okay, so login. Okay. It is actually like just to do demo. Okay. I guess I'm in the same session. Okay, test. Invited. Okay. So I need to open incognito. And if my name is test, will I just get to the same one? Oh no, I need to accept it. Okay, cool. So yeah, no keyboard navigations at all. Okay. I guess it's not. It doesn't matter for the for the library, right? It just matters for the application, and technically, application is not part of the submission. Well, or is it? Like you have to have a demo, I think, for submission. Um, Default theme is broken. Okay, got it. Yeah, demo is optional. Okay. Refresh both windows. What does it do? Refreshing both windows. Yeah, so my cursor. It's on. Oh yeah, it's there now. Okay. It doesn't. It's. I'm curious why like the input here is not doing anything. I see that like it. Oh, what's going on? Yeah, like this state is not synced. But this is, and I'm guessing like this is. Yeah, and it works pretty fast. So what happens if I have two windows of the same user? It just like doesn't do the mouse thing, or like yeah, it's a bit confusing. What's supposed to happen? Okay, filters are locals, don't show presences, only different user. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so what we want to see is the socket part, right? So let's go to WebSocket and messages. So I'm guessing it's I'm guessing like maybe like ID is the part of the protocol, but like the messages are just yours. So value, interesting. Okay, but like if I move around, right? Okay, that's the thing. That's how you do it. Okay, let's look at the code. That's more important for the library ones, of course. So this is an app. Where's the socket? Is this a socket? Okay, I'm confused. So the app is using. Okay, interesting. SSR false as well. Like, what's going on? Why are you guys hate it so much? Okay, so there is a router. There's a socket router. Well, I guess that makes sense. That like it needs to um it needs to know that like this name is or taken. Which I have an issue with that with like Astro. They do have a lot of like underscore something special things, and it's like, cool. How do I host two Astro apps on the same domain, right? And it's like, no, you can't. And this should be a configuration, because yeah. Um, okay, and I'm guessing this is this is where the implementation probably lives or something. So socket plugin server handler. Yeah, so it's event handler. That's interesting. WebSocket, open, message, close, and so on. Okay, so the part that I'm missing is like docs, right? Like how do we use it? Use socket, sure. And two-way reactive communication, use socket. So I have used logged in. Oh, sorry, use logger. And which is a socket. And where I have a server logger. Okay, not sure what this means. This is a hook. I'm calling this. There's an I, which is just private state, and there's a function that will do something. So, but it will do it server side, right? So like just on the server, I'm just going to have, okay, every time that I'm calling this is called. So this is just RPC, right? But the message for me to call this is done through the WebSocket, kind of like protocol over there. Yeah, stateful. Okay. What do you do if you have two nodes, right? Like if I'm load balancing, uh, right? So like use server is a rest, is stateless, right? But like use socket is not. So that I needs to live like somewhere on the database, I'm guessing. Okay, so socket memo is a signal that can be accessed through on the other side of the network. What is the other side? What is not the other side? What is my side of the network? Um, it's a reactive value that you can send. Okay, why is it memo then and not signal? Um, share reactive value from the client and the server. Okay, so you have like a signal and you can turn it into reactive memo, like a network memo. Okay, so you have this, right? And set count sets a signal, but count is a shared thing. And because of this, it knows that this is like there's just one instance of this. Okay, making sense so far. Okay, so store, guessing just the same thing, just like store instead of a signal. Socket projections. Okay. Um, oh yeah, the like the immer style thing. Yeah, no one cares about that. Use cookies to access session for yeah. Actually, using cookies in WebSockets is like a whole thing. I wrote it twice in like in Elixir and Erlang before, though that wasn't fun. To access session information, you can use cookies. Cookies shared between HTTP. You only need to dedicate user once. It's actually more complicated than that, but for what you're doing is probably fine. And you can also set cookies. Okay. Uh, that's interesting. So when you set cookies, the thing is that like the next REST request is going to read that cookie, right? But like the browser value is not going to be set. So like WebSockets can't set a value. So if you want this value to like show up in the browser right away, you actually need to like manually set the cookies like client side. Probably doesn't matter for what you do, but just a thought. Okay, so regular signals are ephemeral and only in the memory. Right. Yeah, so you need to have like a you need to have a way to like rehydrate rehydrate signals. Uh watches for updates. Okay, yeah, you need both. Um okay, so create where does create storage come from? Uh I think yeah. I think the part that like this is a bit bad about this demo, like it doesn't have any imports, so it's hard to judge like where the stuff coming from. But I'm guessing you're just like wanting to make it shorter on storage. Yeah. Okay. So you create persistent signal that has like a um, protocol or like interface that it can talk to. It has a name which is interesting. So why do you need a name? Oh, you need a name to read from the storage. Okay, got it. And initial value. Okay. Oh, so to get updates, the like it needs to okay. So you need to implement the like this on storage interface. I was just expecting for you to have like kind of like two functions, right? Like one to read, one to call like callback with update. But yeah, this makes sense. Okay, so building, blah, 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 no one cares. A log on the server. Eh, Okay, I don't think I care. Conflict is interesting. Okay, yeah. So like the IDs are part of the thing. Okay, solid event distribution. What is solid event? Okay. Okay, I don't think I care enough. Okay, so the part that I wanted to look at is in the demo, like where do you send all of this presence, I guess, yeah. Cobalt as well, okay. Your app didn't look too much Cobalt, I guess, like those buttons. Yeah, like this circle button is not circle, by the way. Solid primitives mouse, okay, that makes sense. So where do you have use socket? That's like an inner file then. Okay, so you have some debounce. The funny part is like, do you want to have some sort of like a back pressure, right? Like if the server didn't respond yet, like do you wanna do it? Okay. So all of this is position. How do you update this position? User pause, create socket memo, presence. Okay, what is use presence? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't go into challenges. Well, I was going to if I had time, but yeah, it's not moving as quick as I would need to. So I understand this part. So now, because this is a signal, you can create a socket out of it. How does it know that it's the same socket? This is not how I thought create socket memo works. Yeah, so I'm guessing this thing is use socket. Okay, so this is the thing that has like a name. Right. Yeah. I'm not sure what like I'm not sure why you need that socket memo if you have this file anyway. That feels a bit confusing. Okay, so user ID color. Interesting. And again, this is going to be like once. This is going to be shared somehow. And this is where like another create socket memo, right? Like why do you call create socket memo twice? Create socket memo is both for client to server and server to client, because regular functions can not be different. Okay. Still kind of like too confusing, but so you have this type and you have a signals. Okay, interesting. So your signal sends stuff for other documents. So if I close this, interesting, right? So it sends updates even though I'm not invited into that thing, right? So it's like a completely separate user. I'm not sharing the presence though. This is what I was actually thinking, is that it will probably send presence from the different document. Yes, it does. Yeah, so like it doesn't send it from this way. but like it sends it from this way for some reason. So yeah, so I think that like the security part of it is is questionable. I don't know if that's just a demo thing or why I was thinking about it is that you have one signal for everything, right? For presence of everyone in every document. That's just improperly implemented filter. Well, where is it implemented? Like who did the wrong thing? It sends the message but doesn't have data. The security is fine. Well, it's not fine. At least I can like see how many people are using it and all that stuff. So it's like, yeah, don't dig your hole deeper. Don't uh, don't try to be denying security stuff. For security, you always say yes, this is wrong. Here's how much we can fix. You don't say no, don't worry about it. I can see that someone is online, right? At least. Yeah, so storage is this, presence is this, to dos. Yeah, so it's use socket. Like the crazy part is that you use socket on the top, but like this is the like the ID, right? I don't know how I'm feeling about it. Uh, yeah. Anyway, um, we did it so deep just because that was here and was waiting for 2 hours. Um, but I still kind of like don't understand how it works. I have like some doubts on the security thing. Uh, I think okay. So I'm tiering them in a sense of like how good they are and how good they could be. So I think and kind of like how good the demo is. Uh right. So all of this router stuff mm, yeah, I wasn't too happy with the demos. But like in terms of scope they were good. So I would say that solid where is it? Solid socket. Solid socket is it's a good scope, right? And like solid event or whatever, right? So it's like a good scope. It's a thing that like people care. So it could be a thing. Uh, demo has some issues. Um, and the question about yeah, the tricky part is like how do you make it work? How do you make it like secure by default and all that stuff? So a lot of the solving of this project is like API design, right? Like how do you design API so it can do everything that you want it to do, but it's like it's not bad. And I think API is slightly more confusing than I want to, but on the other hand, you're dealing with sockets, and sockets are not easy, right? So like the idea is that socket IO, right? Like the thing that Guillermo kind of like got famous for, right? It had like a very simple API. You could just like push a message into a topic, and you can subscribe to a topic, right? Because of this whole, well, this is like client signal saved as a server socket. This is a server socket that I'm like reading as a signal. It's like, is there a better API? Yeah, I don't have time now to kind of like to come up with better APIs, right? But how I'm going to write this? Um, API maybe could be simpler. Okay, I'm missing some chat. Every use hook call is a scope to the user. Yeah, now you have to think about like, how do I deal with users, right? Like, is use cookie enough of a granular thing, right? It's like, here's the events that I want to share with my team, but like, here's the events that I want to share with just my user. Do I do the whole ACL like inside of this library, right? It's a tricky thing. Let's say watch the video, best explanation what it is. I didn't see the video, so the accuracy problem just because demo wasn't built in a hurry. PI itself is fine. Oh, that's my assumption as well. Yeah, PI will definitely take a long time to make cleaner. Yeah, problem with simple message-based APIs is that they are complex to build on top of. Yeah, well, exactly. But good for demos. Signals are simpler activity model than message. Yeah, the thing about message is that like you have a lot of messages, and the thing about signals is that you have like one signal, right? And it's like, if I'm talking about like the cursor position, right? And it's like, well, I kind of only care about the last one, right? So like, should the server throttle it? Like, is that the part of the configuration of the server? Will it throttle depending on like the back pressure, like the CPU usage and so on, right? So like, there are like some things that maybe signals are like hiding too much. And if like, if I don't want to store one thing, I want to store multiple things. Do I just store an array? So yeah, I think this package is like a tricky kind of like in terms of API design. There is like a potential there, but I don't. I'm too sleepy now to kind of like to say what I want, but also I'm too sleepy to understand all the readmes and such. Okay, so we're doing solid real time, which funny, I have a look later. Which may be something along those lines that what you're working for. Let's see. What's the difference? Connect and manage real-time data from different services. Yeah, I already know like that is doing that. Okay. So it makes a database into a signal. Okay. 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 So I connect to Prisma. I do Prisma state out of Prisma. Okay, return. Okay, this is not formatted good. So what is going on? Initializing. It's use server, but you're saying it's real time. Okay, so I'm gonna choke the beat here. Your sleepiness. S tier. Yeah. Yeah. If would I put live view.js into S tier, right? That's the question. It can return async iterable. Oh, okay. That's an interesting way of doing it. Does it turn into like SSE? Right, I saw SSE mentioned here. Line side button. Okay, I don't know what. Yeah, like the readme is not the best. It feels like. Yeah, especially like the missing. It's maybe like generated from code or something, and just like the where they were writing it doesn't match where I'm reading it. Okay, so I can create a watcher out of client. Okay, so this is how I can create client. Then I create a watcher out of client. Okay, and in the application, it's going to be a watcher. So, and when countries update, this will rerun. Okay, the SSE pattern. SSE is like the poor man's WebSocket, right? Um, there's like a difference. I think it like works with cookies better or something along those lines. But I think it's poor man's WebSocket. Okay, so it's just Prisma. Okay, you don't have client anymore. Yeah, I'm like confused what client does. Because you do the same watcher, but you know how. So that one created like a dedicated, basically like endpoint here using the same endpoint. But there are some parameters. Yeah, I don't know. Feels kind of random. I think the problem is that like I don't care about this use case. But let's not check it up yet. Let's see a bit of implementation. Um, what is the part that we care? Care about. So this is like an adapter, I'm guessing. And I don't think I care about that. Create watcher, create store, create client provider. Interesting. Super connector. Okay. Um, the stuff that I care kind of like doesn't show up. Interesting. Okay. So how do I find the stuff that they actually care? Okay, I'm giving up. The solid real-time. It's hard for me to say if it works, right? So that's a bit of a problem. Because there's like this video, right? And it's like I can update it, and it's like cool. You're just using Firebase, like everyone can update it. Why do you need to suck it out of it? The difference is that like usually Firebase is client side, right? But how much do you get because it's a server side? I guess like the auth story may be better. Yeah, this one is an enigma. I don't know what it means. Um seems fine. I just don't care. Um docs, okay. No demo. Okay. Um I will try to come back to it later. Okay, solid.js query builder. Okay, queries and filters. That's interesting. And what what are the queries? What are we building? Is it like MongoDB or like what is it? What is it? Is it Mongo? Okay, I'm so confused. So it's um so I'm going to install this package, and the query builder is just a component, and it has a bunch of properties on the, so like this. So this is the stuff. Okay. Curious what they are using. It's interesting that like it's not an app. So query builder provider, drag and drop. Yeah, so how many dependencies are we using? And oh, interesting, it's GitHub pages. It's probably like in another branch. So interesting. It doesn't have any dependencies. Interesting. Oh, it bundles them in. Okay, got it. So drag and drop. That's dev stuff. All of the other ones are dev stuff. Okay, so it's just drag and drop library. It's not bad. It's like sensibly organized as far as I'm concerned. A lot of barrel files of barrel imports, unfortunately. Register. Add rule group. Yeah, interesting. Pretty sizable. Yeah. I don't know. Like again, the problem is like I don't care. Like I don't understand how to use it. You can technically keyboard navigate it. I'm not sure if that's the best thing I would be doing. Yeah, I think the like the keys are not set up correctly, so it loses the identity. So I don't know. It's like a B. It's there. It's doing what it seemed to be doing, but I don't care. So I would say it's slower than that toaster thing. Seems fine. Demo is good. I don't understand docs. Okay. How many we have left? Oh. Yeah, I'm already at 3-hour mark. Let's hope that I'm going to get into solid effect. That sounds similar. Yours is solid event. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what are we having? Effect. Interesting. Okay. How are we mixing them? What's going on? Okay. So we're mixing solid.js with effect.js, and we take value, we match it, like unwrap it, and when is some result? Okay, so so okay, again, like no imports in the docs, so like I don't know what's going on from here. So map option is a component. So the same way as like this is like a show component, right? So instead of when this is on, And once it's unwrapped, so so it knows it's an option. So this works when option is sum. In here you already know that it's sum, so you can do something. But this one was also doing this like getter and define stuff. Okay, well, kind of get what's going on here. You can't get that for granted. Understanding what's going on is like half of the bottle. Yeah. Okay. So it's too late for me, but I want to finish this. Okay, so make runtime. Okay, I have no idea what that is. Map. So interesting. Exit is like their errors, I'm guessing. I haven't played with effect yet, which is probably like for the better of like sanity of my team. Yeah, so on success do this, on failure do this. Run sync. Okay, so run this and get a number and fail. Okay, I guess the async stuff would be interesting, right? So sleep and then succeed. I guess if you have fallback, yeah. So let me refresh. Loading. Where does the loading come from? Right? I don't understand where loading comes from. It's not in the code. Interesting. And this one could fail. Okay. So it's not crazy. Like I kind of like understand what they're doing. Of course, the looking at the storybook is not the prettiest experience, but it does what it says. Okay, so option is again all the barrel files. Okay, this. So map option is a component. It takes some optional stuff, I'm guessing fallback or it could be key. That's interesting. So props on tag equals sum. Okay, so this waits. It's interesting that like it doesn't use effect. It just like hacks it, which is long term you could get into trouble here. And if the condition matches, it will create a memo. Okay, so the memo is basically a component. And track conditions. Oh, that's interesting. It does a lot of stuff. I would imagine this being simpler in terms of implementation. But hey, what do I know? Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine implementation being simpler, and I would imagine implementation actually using effect, but this is close enough. Okay, so solid effect. I kind of get it. I think this is demo is good enough. Scope I think is small. But it kind of works. So again, like you don't get that for granted here. Kind of works. Yeah, maybe you don't need it, right? So like the question is, I don't use effect enough to kind of like to know what's going on there. Rare Pro social stream. Yeah. I told, I said that in the start of the video, but I have like ideas for streams, and it's like, oh, I can do it later. Oh, I can do it later. So, and like this one is like, I wanted to do it like yesterday or whenever the voting started. Um, I was like, I should at least do it today because this is time sensitive. Okay, Shiki magic move. That's the Griffin one. I actually contributed to. My commit is the last one. Interesting. Did he put me in the? Did he put me in a team? Is Chris going to be disqualified because because he did it wrong? No, I think I contributed to the part that like is not part of the technically not part of the or maybe it is. I don't remember. Well, we will know soon enough. Okay, but yeah. The thing is that there's like a different renders, and there's like a solid renderer, and I forgot what to press. This, yeah. So like you do something, and it shows how something changes, right? And it was like existing thing. He just ported. Um, I guess Nicola, you haven't voted yet. Yeah. So I think the fix that I was doing, it was in the like the demo code, because it looks like people who were doing it didn't know enough solid. I'm joking, but similar to how we looked at like the use memo, that there was like a bit of that, just like, well, technically you're doing the thing, but it's not kind of like solid enough. Yeah, so I don't know how much you actually need to kind of like to do, because I think it's just like it's just like a plain JS thing, and as long as you like connect it correctly, it will just work. Uh, assign animate previous. Does not contain reserve. Yeah, there's like some TypeScript errors in Solid. There's like a way to around it. Yeah, so I don't think you need to do that in Solid as well. There's like class name, right? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I think the scope is kind of like small. It works, which is again more than you would expect. Yeah, I don't remember where the code that like I fixed the playground. I don't remember. Yeah, I guess this one. Yeah, so this used to be like this file was like twice as big. You notice quite a few TS issues with Solid. Yeah, I think the problem is that like Ryan doesn't like TypeScript, so he does like as little TypeScript as possible. Okay. So where would I put Chris's stuff? It works, but like the scope is not as good. So I think it's like next to Somo, right? It's works. I think there's no docs, right? It just shows you, yeah. No docs. and small scope. Okay, this is how I would have did it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're on the finish line. It's going to be like 3.5 hours stream, if not more. Okay, prpc, utility that does authentication in RPC. Okay, Orion is an OG CoffeeScript dev. Yeah, so he doesn't care kind of like enough about TypeScript, so sometimes he just does stuff. He's like, well, it works in JavaScript. It's like TypeScript's problem that it doesn't work. But I don't see that kind of like day to day. There are like some things that you would do differently in JavaScript than in TypeScript, which is true about like a lot of things. It's not just uh it's not just solid, right? Like you like the older stuff that wasn't created like from ground up with the TypeScript in mind. Like it has these issues. Okay, anyway, so we create this on server and we do it on client. Yeah, so it sounds like Astro Actions, right? Uh, you define actions on the server, and then client side you can like call them, right? So um, interesting that it has like the method stuff, and I'm curious how is it actually kind of like integrated into Solid, right? Okay, schema, color, input dollar sign. Why do you need to input dollar sign? This is a bit much. I guess just to make sure it's special, or it's like it's at the server time or something. Uh, yeah, it's interesting that it does auth providers and validation. The Astro actions do validation, but they don't do auth, which is interesting. Yeah, modify headers, set cookies. Yeah, so it's like a fancier actions with a bunch of stuff built in. Okay. Um, and the thinking here is that this is like a bigger project, but this part they started for Hack. Okay, so there's a plugin that you put in your vid. Okay, auth source config. Okay, well I can buy that. Okay, solid, and yeah, so I think that's the stuff that we were reading. Um, create action, create color. Okay. Interesting that it imports both Zod and Volleybot. Are they doing them as like dev dependencies or peer devs? How do you do Zod? Interesting. Dev dependencies. They're just like for TypeScript checking, but later on. You don't need it, or how do you do that? It compiles into regular solid router APIs. Has no runtime. Or compiles into solid router and TS query. Nicola just voted for us. Nicola, so what you do is you spend 3.5 hours just going through each one of them and figure out which ones are the good ones, and you vote for them. Not just vote because you know Dev or you know me. Yeah, but thank you. Okay, so yeah, I still don't know how they manage, because like they need like functions from those validators. They not just types. You can vote multiple projects. Yeah. The problem is that, like, if you can vote for multiple, the problem for me is that I want the best one out of the ones that I vote and the worst one out of the ones that I vote be kind of like on the same level. Nepotism, yes. Anyway, so this looks fun. I'm still not entirely sure what the kind of like auth integration does, because kind of like I see session, but like from this I don't know what it does. Response error, redirect, optimistic updates. Well, that's interesting. On error, on settled. Okay, error handling. Create caller. Yeah. So, what is our session stuff? Session user. Where do you say that like you could require? Yeah, protected. True. Yeah, I don't know how much that scales, right? Because it's like, well, it's not just protected, but I also want to have like access to this and that. Yeah, so it's interesting. There is like definitely potential here. I guess the question is like, why solid, right? Yeah, so the part that I don't understand is what does solid do? But yeah, sounds good. Let's see. Solid socket, solid effect. Okay, the effect is DS1. Yeah, it's definitely better than solid effect. Is it better than solid socket? Yeah, they don't have any demos. Smallish scope, at least for now. No demo. API can be too restrictive. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like that's like there is like a problem there potentially. This is what Tanner is building into Tanner stack. Yeah, well, that's the question, right? Is like how much kind of like product questions do you want to put there? But I think that makes sense. I don't know the like the I only played with TRPC before and like abstractions and stuff, so like I don't know enough of the like the problem space to kind of like to tell what's going on. Okay, the macOS Solid stuff. I heard about that one. I'm not going to install anything. No thanks. Yeah, so that one is interesting. So you can build desktop apps, native APIs, but you use Solid. Like, why do you need Solid? It's using Dino, which is one of the first ones. It's interesting. You don't need Xcode. That's always good. So Objective C++. You call Node API. Okay, so it talks. There is like a JavaScript bridge. There is a DOM. Okay. A custom random renderer used to transform the sex. This renders seamlessly. Blah blah blah. Okay. They have their own JSX runtime. Like, what's going on here? Oh, it's just for types. Okay. The thing is that like I don't remember what like this app does, like the demo app, what it does. Okay, not seeing any dependencies. That's interesting. So there's the renderer. Okay, so it's a universal renderer. So it's a renderer implementation. All of this is fine. Add event listener, remove event listener, all that stuff. Where's the thing? Scroll view. Interesting. You have to import them? No, they're just global. Okay. Counter view button. Inline styles. Interesting, like Apple like styles. That's a fun mix and match. Hooks. Use color schema. Okay, interesting. So there's like a thing, like a global that you can talk to. Window is a component. That's cool. This is actually very cool. Yeah, I don't want to launch it. Let's just see the demo. I think I saw the demo before. Is there a sound? Yeah, let's see the sound. Yeah, so it shows the code on the top, right? Like, what is the thing? Even WebView. That's interesting. Yeah. The building part is like, I don't understand. Like, can you edit that code or like? Yeah. Oh, there was the word Hermes, which is got my attention. Our Solid desktop app is just 5 megabytes. Okay, interesting. Hermes engine by Meta. Okay, so it's just like the best tech possible that that you can pick. Yeah, I think this is A tier. Uh, I like API with 5.5 megabytes. Right, I think that's crazy. Okay, 3, where we are on home stretch. you're hoping to get the first place. The places don't matter, right? Like, why are you trying to get the first place? Okay, so UI components that help you. Okay, I'm guessing it's some sort of like Shatsian thing. Finally, we have something we can performance test. Okay, so we have components. Oh, that navigation actually was fast. I'm like so used to seeing like slow navigations. I don't even know. 7K doesn't matter. Well, think about it this way. It's SolidHack is like pretty small, right? So there is, I don't know, there's probably a set of like 100 nerds. If you want to get 7K, just get all of those 100 nerds and just like, hey, I can give you $70 back. Just just vote for me. Yeah, I don't know. I think it is pretty random and it's not, right. It's a tricky balance. Uh, create recipe. Why is it create? Why is it called create recipe? Yeah, the performance is good. It's not great. There's a bunch of blocking time, but it's good. So collection of beautiful components. Tailwind and Panda. Not a huge fan of Panda. Blah blah blah. I guess yeah, Shatsian, Park UI. Haven't heard about Park UI. Cool and beautiful components for JS. Well, it's interesting, right? That there's no components, but like everyone's using Cobalt. I guess they're just saying that's not they are not cool or beautiful. Uh, yeah, yeah. You have to use tail and merge. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Uh, this one was low. Okay, dot pattern gradient. Cobalt is right. Oh, interesting. Do you have to use Cabalta and Mystic then to get what you want? Read pattern. Okay, well, I kind of like don't care about. Oh, why are those components are like so obnoxious? Why can't they be a good? Okay, well this is better. Okay, I still don't care about any of that stuff. Yeah, okay. Well, let's take I don't know. Let's take like typing animation, right? And let's just see how it's implemented. So merge props already already like a interesting. I wouldn't use it. String like this stuff, I wouldn't use it. This is like a bot wrote this. I guess typing animation chat cn. I'm curious if this is just yeah, I don't know. I'm curious if it's just like a ported chat cn stuff. So create effect. Return. This is not how it works. Okay, this is a sham. I think this is a sham. It's a lot of components, so like they probably spent some time, but and there are like some typos. This is probably like not the AI generated, but still, I kind of don't care. Yeah, so if you ask ChatGPT uh, to convert like React component to solid, this is what it's going to give you. Yeah, I kind of don't care. Uh, uh, good idea. I don't care for the product or implementation. Great birth though. Hello. I can't believe them. I can't believe I'm late to the show. Yeah, the show is going for 3.5 hours. I can't believe I'm still alive. Okay, now for the important part. Full disclosure, this is actually me, so this is my thing. Demo website looks very shoddy. This is obviously just picked up the like the standard solid stuff. No one cared to update it. There is a demo video, so we can watch that one. Today I want to talk a bit about Lift HTML, and I just want to note that I learned about web components from Astro, the way that they're using them, and you can blame Astro. what I saw is that they will have those. I don't know if it's too loud or it's just like too loud for me. Components that will do basic functionality like add an event listener, uh, do tiny DOM manipulations while something happens. You don't see the video? Oh, interesting. Maybe it's like on another. Oh, yeah. Thank you for saying that. Something happens. Yeah, I think I need to do it here. Well, I was just showing the Astro, like their website and how they're using components, and they have a lot of those, like create a custom element, just have a constructor, and just like find an element and add event listener. Yeah, where did I stop? So I took this whole idea and turned it into this library. I'm calling it lift.html because it's just tiny bit above regular HTML. What it allows you to do is it gives you ability to use Solid inside of your web components. And you do mostly the same things where you just search for some buttons, right, inside of your component. You will add on-click event listener, and when something happens, you will just go and like modify exactly what you need. But it goes a bit more kind of like production ready than than what Astro has, right? It allows you to have TypeScript definitions for just regular HTML, Solid, React, so on. So you can use it kind of like in anywhere you want. Because it's such a tiny wrapper, because it doesn't do too much, the bundle size is actually pretty good. So here I'm getting 4 and something kilobytes gzip. This is actually as bad as it gets, and you can go kind of like smaller if you're using less functions. So how long is this video? I realized that like I'm probably the only one who even had like a video. And it can go bigger if you use like render functions or something like that from Solid. But the good part is that this library is actually public domain. So whatever, you can just like copy paste your implementation, right? And it's like, well, if I'm not using some part of it, right, if I'm not using for example like that reactive attributes, I can just remove them, rebuild them, and like make my bundle even smaller, right? The whole code is there. Just pick whatever you like. And it also has all the kind of like documentation how to do TypeScript. Yeah, no one cares about TypeScript. Of how kind of like complicated it gets, right? You can use just some like helpers from Solid, like insert or class name. That's kind of like how I usually use it, so that when this counter changes, you can update that text, right? When this class changes, you can use it, but you can also go kind of like fancier. So here I have example of HTML function, lit, sorry, template literal, right? Kind of like lit style. So you can write all of this way. If you have a JavaScript compiler set up in build tools and so on, you can actually just use JSX, and that's how I use it a lot as well. The kind of like the downside is that then you have to kind of like figure out where you're rendering it, right? But in this example, I'm actually using Shadow DOM, and Shadow DOM with like you would expect that you are going to render something client side. So this works out perfectly. And I think that's it. I even don't remember like the last point I was making. I think like you need to find an element to render into. Like why was I concerned about where to render? Curious for your opinion on Loom. I've been thinking about web components for micro frontend app, but I have to put much thought into what to use it. Yeah, so well, Loom. Well, let's start there. So at work, uh, like the thing that I need to do is I'm generating static HTML with React, but like that React is not height rated. So it's just like just server side React. I need to output something, and then I need to like make that thing actually do something, right? So like one way of doing it is you output HTML and you also like output the script tag that is like somehow like connected to all that stuff, or you just do like a web component, right? So that like you name this thing and there is a JavaScript file with that name, right? And then they will connect. So this is how I got kind of like into web components, because of this environment. And I did like a deep dive through like every every like framework, in terms of like what they can take into, and the biggest ones that I care about is enhance, fast, loom, and what did I miss? Lit, right? So like, because like one is doing one thing, the other one is doing the other thing, and so on. So I don't like that all of them are like class based, and you like define your stuff as decorators and all that stuff. So like that's like I don't care about that part at all. And for lift HTML, I actually have like a branch where I'm like working on like a different version of it, and this is the version that like I like the most. So this is the version that you kind of need. it it just you just like send you just send a connect callback, and it will define that thing, right? So like where's the test? uh is it this one? Well, I guess this one, right? So it's like this is the element, and this is the function that I want to call, right? So like that's the API that I want to have. Everything extra is like too much. So um my biggest difference is that like in those frameworks they are competing with React, and I'm competing with well, I guess let's show it
Something.
again, right? I'm competing with this. I'm competing with a class constructor, this query selector. So like this is where I want to be, and this is kind of like I want this component to be written with my thing, and when I look at this, I don't want to use. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention solid element, right? Solid element is also like a big thing, but it also like very like component based. So I don't want to like, where is the component here, right? It's like there's nothing component looking here. So like why am I why am I using any of that stuff? So I like Loom, but yeah, the 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 decorators and all that stuff is not for me. Um, so anyway, we have demo. Demo has like descriptions with words. It doesn't look nice. At least like keyboard navigation works. Probably good perf because it doesn't do anything. And what else? Um, in terms of code, it's not great. So this one is good because it has like docs and stuff, but that's basically for that's for like JSR. This test doesn't work. So yeah, the implementation implementation is not great. Yeah, it gets 100. The size of this thing. So like this is solid start. This is solid. This is solid start. This is solid start. This is solid start. And this is my framework. It's like a less than kilobyte. Yeah, if I was writing it down, I think this is where I would probably put it. Good demo, but small, right? Small scope. There are like some issues with implementations, but that's just because I know about it, right? Like it's not clear from just like looking at the repo, but some not finished. Let's call it like that. I was using that a lot for the applications. Okay, I'm missing some chat. Classes, yeah. I think I even have like a classes based one. Yeah, I don't remember. I played with a lot of this stuff. Uh, I have like a lot of versions, and when the SolidHack was ending, I was like, okay, what is the version that I can do like in 2 days and like still hit the deadlines? Is this one? No. Is it? No. Okay. Yeah, and the bundle size is very good. It's basically 1 kilobyte. Everything else is solid. Okay, and I think we just have like one last one. So dreamkit. Solid kit you always dreamed of. Okay, I think that's like a T3 like competitor, right? Um. Oh, there's a lot. Okay, next dreamkit. Is it much different? There was just like a couple of days, so. Documentation requirements. Okay, doesn't explain what it is. So let's see if the if the docs are going to do it. Um, start dreamkit. Install it as a dependency. Okay, interesting. So you put it as a dependency. Type safe route builder. Okay, interesting. So link from dreamkit. Okay. Okay, so that's the same thing. API builder. So you take a route, you add an API. Kind of don't get what's going on here. Route solution. Okay, interesting. So it's like a mix of this one and like this one. Create action with signals. Interesting. It's just like a bunch of utilities. Inversion of control. Where's the inversion happening? Route create. Yeah, this is like slightly kind of like Angular-y, where they start not caring. Need a wire class builder. Okay. Hmm. I kind of don't understand how like solid start plays into it again. Where do we have examples or something? Okay, routes. I have a bound route. That's fine. Users. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, routes. So is that to make it type safe? So params is presumably like explaining what types it can take, and then I can do error. Oh, or I can default to something interesting, and then so params here are type safe, and I can change them. And I can fetch users. Okay, this doesn't seem to be related to the thing. Okay. Okay, this is getting better. Okay, global routing. Is that generated? These are generated. Yeah. So I think it's a cool idea. I'm not sure about implementation. It's slightly like, oh.
The Alu is now following.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. To make it type safe. Yeah, which is the discussion that we just had about like the 10 stack router, right? It's like to make it type safe, you can just generate code or you can build it slightly differently. And I'm confused where the part about like building it differently. How much differently do you need to build it? It's slightly like effect prpc like valid is like maybe that's like too much for what I'm doing, but yeah, it's interesting that like there is a lot of like duplication of what solid start is already doing. At least it like looks like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, so maybe like half of this kind of like is worth it. Why is solid type routed twice here? I think there was like another router, right? Like this one. I think I meant this. Okay, so where do we put dreamkit? That's the last one. And also, yeah, I don't know. Let's say here. Oh no, what's the name? Dreamkit. Let's say here. This is probably where I would put all of this stuff into C tier. And this I would put in tier, in D tier. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. It looks ugly, but probably half of it is a good idea. That's how I'm going to say it. Mine not on the list, nor that I haven't done anything, but I was curious what you think about library. Well back, just like what is your library? Okay. Also, we are all at almost 4 hours. Okay. So with all of that, we voted for like 7 out of the applications. I'm still trying to figure out who I'm going to vote here. I definitely wanted solid lift to be higher. I was hoping for it to be at least like the 3rd place. It has a chance. I know, not in the votes sense, because I don't think anyone cares about web components, but just like technically. I wonder if I should vote for this ones, because that's the ones that I liked. I've got the link to message, but I didn't want to. I love web components. Yeah, my previous video on the channel is about web components. It's with a guy who likes to likes to reply on every thread that deals with web components on Twitter. It's an interesting topic. I think that video went pretty well. It kind of like he didn't go kind of like as deep as he wanted to go. I didn't go as super deep, so it was like a kind of like a basic introduction, even in a sense. I want to do like a bigger web component video. I want to have my like web component framework written for that one. And solid and lift HTML solid is like a good start. Oh, hi. I never tried to pronounce your name before. Shreya? Is your name Shreya? Okay, so with all of that, this is probably who I'm voting for. The macOS stuff. I think even if this thing kind of like doesn't fly, right? I think there's like a bright future of like native script, solid kind of like integrations with like everything, right? Ryan likes to talk about like, well, and they're using solid on like on the TVs and such, right? Because what else are you going to use? So I think this is definitely kind of like a very promising thing. Solid base, I think it's like a very cool. Again, I'm voting probably like for ideas than like implementations. That's funny. Solid base is could be, especially with like a solid islands. I think you can make a very good like static site generator on top of solid. I don't know if like solid base is going to be the one, but it's definitely could be. Solid socket dev is a friend of the channel, so just a bit of nepotism. I think it's just like a cool thing to kind of like play with and all that stuff. Very much fan of the whole like live view stuff. So I wanna see it happening, and I think like signals have like the biggest and the like the closest kind of like way there. I don't know about like kind of like what API I want to see there, right? Is it just live view? Is it just like a socket? Oh, sorry, like a signal that it has a socket inside. I don't know, but I'm curious what's going to happen. So, solid socket. PRPC, it looks interesting. Okay, I'm trying to put the names on the. So here it says Jeremy, I guess, but in the Twitch chat it's Brandonovich. Is Brandon the name or Brandonovich is the last name? I'm a bit confused. Yeah, so prpc is, it's interesting. I think it makes sense. Is like, this is the sort of stuff that like you write for your app, kind of like when you're working on it. It's like, well, yeah, of course you want to have it. So I don't know how you can make it kind of like extendable enough so it can fit into any app. But yeah, I definitely kind of like see this sort of just like being a genre. Right? It's like, we have TRPC, we should have like many other RPCs. We have like abstractions, we should have like many other actions. Yeah, I'm curious how it plays out with like all the built-in solid stuff, but yeah, I think it makes sense. Solid base is me plus Jeremy. Okay, all the names make sense then. Okay. There is a tweet here. What does that mean? Oh, it's pronunciation of the name. Oh, thank you. Shrey. Yes. Interesting. Shrey, yes. Shreyas. 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 Okay. Shreyas. Okay. I need to remember that. I'm pretty bad with names and stuff, so which puts my lift HTML stuff. I don't know if I'm allowed to vote for yourself. I guess I should ask Dev. Dev, did you vote for yourself? Are they just like excluding when you vote for yourself, or like does it matter if I vote for myself? If it's not allowed, now I'm delayed. Yeah, I think everyone just like votes for themselves. I think that's the like expected thing. I just don't know what they do later. Someone stole solidify. Yeah, well, I named my thing lift HTML on npm. Because there is a package lit HTML, you can't actually call package lift HTML because it's too close. But you can do like a this thing where it could be like a prefix, or there it's called scope, right? When I couldn't get lift HTML, I was like, oh no, I would probably just like not able to name it like that at all. And I was thinking, okay, maybe I will just do like JSR and give up on npm. But anyway, so don't read too much into tiers. This is just like how I'm making sense of it. Obviously, everyone is going to value different things. Everyone will find like different things interesting, right? There are just things that they're like, well, I just don't care about that. It doesn't mean the project is bad, right? It's just I'm it's just not for me, and I'm not going to vote like 30 out of 40 projects, right? I'm going to pick kind of like a couple that I like. Oh, thank you for the follow.
me_dev is now following.
Solid plus Shopify, solidify. Yeah, well, it's yeah. Naming is hard. I don't like lift. I don't like lift HTML because how closely it sounds like lit HTML. Solid shop, yeah, solid shop is sounds serious. But I like the lift part. And it just makes sense. Okay, anyway, so this is like my opinion. This is my votes. I think what you can do is you can vote. You can like share this stuff online so that like the more people like sponsor it next time and all that stuff, right? So like the more people care about this, the more often it's going to happen. And uh, I think there's like definitely a lot of stuff that like, well, maybe it's not worth uh time in terms of like voting, right? Maybe like if it gets bigger, they should limit the amount of like the projects that get, maybe they should limit the amount of projects that you can vote for to let's say like 20 of each or something like that, right? um because for some of them it just felt like, okay, I'm wasting my time. It's like someone tried, but like it's not going to win, right? Because yeah, just going through all of them took like 4 hours, right? Which is not fun. On the other hand, it just means that like uh, it just means that people who are moderating all of this stuff, they have to spend more time. So maybe voting can be just like in stages or something like that, right? How do you do like the March Madness, or I don't know how it's called, but like when you like uh, I don't know, pick four good ones, and I don't know, how would it work? It would probably work like get 10 projects, vote like 5 out, right? Get next 10 projects, and like out of the ones that are left, maybe there's like 20 projects that are left, right? Because you voted in the previous steps, you're already kind of like more familiar with them, and you know which ones are going to be winning or on whatnot. Also, I don't know if they do like a second place or third place. I think the last year, um, SolidHack, was it 23 or 22? Yeah, I don't know if they. What was the year? Do they not have the previous version? I think that like the last time it was happening, um, there was, yeah, Project 22. Yeah, I think the last time it was happening, they were like winners and also like a second and third place, but they didn't get any money. And like sending money is like a just like a accounting hustle, right? You don't want to send like too much, but because they had a lot of like challenges, right? uh where is the challenges? Because they had a lot of challenges, so they were paying like 1,000, right? So maybe like, yeah, paying like top 3 or top 5 makes sense. Maybe like not as much, right? But something. Because like I think for some of them, where you're like, well, this is going to be like a small scope, uh I'm not going to compete for the first place, right? But like, well, maybe your project was like the best out of the smaller scope ones, right? Anyway, um yeah, I think that like they did just challenges, and I think that was cool because it was a thing that was like they could tweet like every week about it, right? So it was like kind of like collecting just like mindshare or whatnot, right? It's like Svelte hack started, right? Like, but everyone's probably already forgot about it, right? But like posting every week about those challenges was like a very good thing that they were doing. And yeah, they were like much more focused, right? It's not just like, hey, do this thing and be in the first place. It's like, oh, do this like smaller thing, and whoever does it, right, wins it. I think challenges were like a really cool thing, and like, yeah, Dev already got his 700. he's still waiting for his 7,000. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. It's 4 hours. Thank you everyone who was around. Feel free to just like, if you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to kind of like post your like who you voted for, who you think will win, right? And I'm just curious, and like, what were your kind of like, how did you select who to vote for, right? Like, this is kind of like how I was selecting. Oh,
Cookie Codes is now following.
thanks for the follow. It's just like follows are happening today. um so for apps, I was basically judging them by like how finished they are.
Jer3mo1 is now following.
Oh, Jeremy, that's the second half of the solid base one, right? But for the libs, I was like more voting on like how promising that direction is, right? It's like, well, even if they don't have like no docs or something like that, but like, I think that this thing is going to happen. Yeah. Okay. Do you have anything else? I think that's it. I'm going to, yeah, I'm just going to ask is like, hey, if you're watching this, please vote in the SolidHack, and please, like, I don't know, like, share it on Blue Sky or whatever people are who thinks where we should be sharing all this stuff, right? And hopefully it will make it kind of like bigger and bigger every time that they're doing it, and more people are going to participate. Okay.